Education, Bachelor Science dalam bidang Microbiology dari Universiti Melaya pada tahun dan membuat master di Glasgow Caledonian University dalam bidang Biomedical Sciences dan juga PhD beliau di dalam bidang Molecular Biology dan Bioteknologi daripada University of Sheffield. So beliau memulakan pekerjaan dari sebagai Quality Assurance Executive di Pro Medifarm Sdn Bhd Bani dan Microbiologist di National Blood Services Centre Kuala Lumpur Hospital Malaysia dan juga sebagai staff akademik di School of Biology UiTM semenjak tahun 1997 hingga sekarang, lebih kurang 23 tahun ya Dr. Min. Dan juga sekarang attach juga dengan Community of Research Core Office pejabat TNCPI UiTM Shah Alam. So daripada segi research saya tengok hingga tahun 2019 ni memang banyak research, lebih daripada 30 research yang disenaraikan dan juga penulisan. Beliau sangat aktif dalam bidang molecular biology, grant dan juga penulisan jurnal. Itu saya saya sampaikan salam daripada Rektor UiTM Negeri Sembilan, mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Dr. Mu kita untuk pelajar kita kerana beliau tak dapat buat opening kerana ada mesyuarat JKIPA pagi ni pukul 9.30 tadi. Okay, so saya serahkan kepada Dr. Min untuk memulakan session kita lah. Silakan Dr. Min.
Okey, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera, salam Ramadan kepada semua. Apa khabar? Tak bunyi pun, tak ada yang menjawab. Saya punya lecture nanti ada soalan kena respon tau. Dia tunggu jawapan. Nanti tak habis nanti. Okey. Okey. Pertama sekali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada UiTM Negeri Sembilan, terutamanya iaitu Timbalan Rektor Pendidikan dan Jaringan Industri Dr. Nulis, kerana sudi menjemput saya untuk memberi sedikit perkongsian lah. Kita buat perkongsian dengan pelajar-pelajar ijazah sarjana berkenaan dengan penulisan tesis. Okay, jadi saya punya planning, perancangan saya bila saya nak menyampaikan taklimat ni, saya lebih kepada perkongsian lah. Kita tak naklah one way je, saya je bercakap. Sejam lebih kita dah lah online kot lah, ada yang tidur kat belakang tu saya tak nampak nanti kan sebab dia off video kan. Jadi kita nak lebih kepada is more like a sharing. I will share some of the thesis from my students. I'm so sorry sebab tak banyak yang saya dapat nak kongsikan sebab saya tak banyak bawa, banyak yang tertinggal dekat office. Saya adalah dengan you dengan harapannya bila end of this session, you can plan for your thesis writing. Because in thesis writing, what is more important is the apa? Hello. Mana semua tak jawab ni? Apa yang penting dalam thesis writing? Yang pertama sekali.
Yang tutup mic tu, Prof.
Yang penting sekali ialah on the planning. Okay, kena plan. Barulah thesis writing become a joyful and beautiful journey. Kalau tak plan, kita sebab tu yang serabut, rasa stres kerana kita tidak planning daripada awal. So, kita pergi pada next slide. What is a thesis? Apa dia thesis? Sebelum nak buat thesis, kena kenal lah what is thesis. Thesis is a piece of writing involving original study of a subject for a college or university degree. Jadi kerana kalian semua sedang meneruskan pengajian untuk mendapatkan ijazah sarjana muda. So for ijazah sarjana muda dengan kepujian, BSc with honours, you are required to produce a thesis. So a thesis is a main idea or opinion or theory of a writer who then attempt to prove it. It's just not writing. Sebab tu nama dia thesis. Dia tak sama dengan penulisan artikel yang masuk surat khabar, penulisan buku. Sebab when you write, you must prove it. That is what called a thesis. Jadi hari ni kita jelaslah apa dia thesis. When you write, you have to prove it. Then it's a thesis. Okay? Alright, then a document submitted in support of candidature. Ini ialah dari segi officially lah, formally dia adalah document submitted who present research finding for an academic degree. Dan dia mesti original contribution. What do you mean by original contribution? Maknanya you tak boleh tulis yang kawan you punya kerja. Hang buat kerja, aku tuliskan buat thesis aku hang buat kerja tu. Tak boleh lah. Dia mesti the one that you did your experimental work, you write it in a thesis with all the evidence, document, interpretation and conclusion, then it becomes an original work for you for conferring the degree that you are looking for. Okay. So where should you start? Bila macam mana nak start tulis thesis okay kan, pening-pening lagi lah ni kan kat rumah tengah PKP kan, duduk-duduk buka-buka komputer, akhirnya tak apalah buat acknowledgement dulu. Betul ke? Macam tu ke? You all semua buat thesis? Start with the acknowledgement. What should you start first? How you want to start it? Then from the starting point, what you should do next? Itu yang saya akan bagi. I cannot give a detail on how to write thesis for each chapter sebab we only have limited time, and with this too, okay, so what I try to give you today is to give you an overall picture of how to write a thesis, what each chapter should be done, okay, how you should write each chapter, and then setiap chapter tu what the emphasis and some tips macam mana nak tulis chapter-chapter yang tertentu. Okay, so at the start apa perlu you buat? Okay, bila kata first sebelum nak menulis, you mesti familiarize with your previous research topic. You must know your research topic and you must know what people have been doing in your research too, in your project. Okay, you must know, okay, I'm doing this, I know that previously people have done this. At least before you start anything, you must have that background information that you understand it. Okay, and then you have to ask the following question. What do you know about the topic? How far you know about the topic? Okay, do I know everything about it? How much you know? Okay, what open question and knowledge do we not yet know? What are the things that you don't know yet? Okay, so look at the topic. Okay, I know about this. I know that this is this one. But, well, what about this one? What happened to this? Okay, if you start giving a question to yourself about your topic, means that you start to think clearly and comprehensively for your thesis writing. Okay. Why is this information important? Let's say you look into Google Scholar and database Science Direct, you look for one particular paper that you want to see. So before you want to look into that paper, you must know why you want to have that information. Oh, that information, I want to know about it because I want to see how their method differ from my method. Or I want to know how they write their introduction part because the work is quite similar with mine. Or maybe because I want to know how their results as compared to my results. Okay, alright. Okay, why is it important? Because it helps in writing a good thesis successfully. Precise knowledge how your work builds on previous research. Because then if you understand what you contribute to the body of knowledge of that project, then you become more understanding, then you can write your thesis comprehensively and beautifully. We want to produce a beautiful thesis. What we want to do? We want to make sure that when people read our thesis, they enjoy reading your thesis. As though dia baca a story, a scientific story. Okay? Set your research apart from the current published literature. Okay, so dia set your research to from the published literature, what is different from what you contributed into that area of knowledge. Okay, so first kali prepare an extended outline. Prepare an outline. Sebelum tulis thesis, prepare an outline. List out all the chapters. Chapter 1, okay, introduction, 1.1. What you want to put into that? Chapter 2, apa? Okay, literature review. What you want to put? Chapter 2.1, 2.2. Make an extended outline first before you start writing your thesis. Okay, and then for each section, subsection, write a brief point. Let's say like 2.1, introduction. Oh, introduction into Staphylococcus aureus. Whatever, just give something, 2-3 lines, what you want to put into there. Why? Because so that you know that your flow of thought is have continuity. Okay, nanti saya akan cakap from in my my slides nanti about continuity of the flow of thought. Okay, your cerita, your storyboard tu. Okay, review with your supervisor. Okay, so before you start writing, Puan Doktor, can you have a look at my outline? Okay, is it okay? Is there any subtopic that I missed, or should I take out some of the subtopics? So that bila you have that, you will write with guidance. Okay, you will write always according to your extended outline. So your thesis will be concise and in a chronological order because you already have the outline. Okay, revise the outline from time to time. So when you have your outline, doesn't mean that once your supervisor approve today, you will stick to that outline sampai you submit thesis. No. So you will, while the time you writing rasa macam tak sesuai lah subtopik ni kat sini. Tak sesuai lah at 4.3, rasanya kena kat 4.1. So adjust it. As you write it, you adjust it. Okay, oh, I don't think this 2.7 is sufficient. Maybe I can add some more. Or 2.8, I don't think it's relevant to this thesis. I just want to remove it. Okay, so discuss with your supervisor. Okay, jelas? Semua diam, dia okay ke?
Okay.
Alright.
Doktor, jelas.
Saya nampak dah. Hello.
Okay.
Hello. Okay.
Jelas, Doktor.
Alright, okay. So tips.
Hello, Doktor.
Hi. So tips during preparing outline, remove unnecessary material, add missing material. So it is a dynamic process. As sepanjang the whole duration of you writing the thesis, you always refer to your extended outline. I remember that when I wrote my thesis, I had changed my outline for 8 times with my supervisor. But I don't throw it away. I always keep my from version 1 sampai version 8. So that I know what are the changes. Sebab nanti towards version 8 nanti, alamak yang hari tu kan subtopik tu macam nak kena masuk balik lah. Okay. So I keep it. I have I outline version V1, outline V2, outline V3. Okay. I keep on changing, add, remove until I finish my thesis. Alright. So it is much less painful and more time efficient to make such decision early. Okay, it's easier for you. Trust me that if you have an outline, your thesis writing will be much more easier, guided, and you can produce a better thesis because you don't go outside from your thesis scope. You always have a guide, what to write next, what to write before that. Alright. Okay, so writing your thesis outline ni lah one cartoon dia kata okay, mula-mula list dulu 1, 2, 3, okay, and then nak letak, nak isi after that nak isi what are the sub-chapters and chapters, dah jam kan, cannot think of. Okay, so last introduction, literature review, methodology, bawah conclusion je. Yang tengah-tengah tak boleh nak fikir kan. So this is just a joke okay, for you just to enlighten this talk. Tak naklah dia terlalu very serious. Okay. So framing a scientific writing. Okay, why I put this because I will discuss about this again in my next slide towards in conclusion. Okay, so framing a scientific writing is a hourglass framework. So you have the opening, something quite general in your introduction because you want to introduce your project. Then you go deeper, you can have your objective. Okay, I will discuss introduction in detail later on. And then after that, you have your materials and method. Okay, so very structured, very scientific.
Dr. Min,
Materials and method. Yeah.
sorry Dr. Min, tadi ada student yang terstopkan presentation tu. So student tak nampak presentation, boleh Dr. Min boleh tak?
Okay, kejap. So kena masuk balik
Macam tadi balik lah.
Kena resume.
Sudah ada kat sini.
Resume presentation.
Okay.
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 Nampak dah?
Boleh. Boleh nampak tak student?
Kejap.
Boleh.
Okay.
Dr. Min minta tolong.
Alright. Okay.
Slideshow.
Apa?
Slideshow.
Slideshow
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Alright. Okay. So framing scientific writing is more like a hourglass. Means that in the beginning, you have a general idea, you introduce your project. You want people to understand what you want to do in your introduction. After that, it becomes very specific. You go into objective. I will discuss on introduction in detail. After that, you go to materials and method. It's very specific, very technical. It's about how to do it, and it's very logically arranged so that from this, you will do this, you will incubate, you will weigh or whatever, and then after that, you get your result. So this is very important for result, how you want to present your data so that it makes something that people, how to present a good result, when people see it, they can understand it right away. Okay, it's not like people say, apa ni tak faham. That is the failure of presenting your result. Okay, and then after that, you must relate your result with this, your finding with the previous work. You must defend your result. You must justify your result in your discussion chapter. Then after that, we will go to conclusion and implication. So I will go into all these chapters and give some examples wherever is possible. Okay. Alright, so thesis structure. Ini dia yang saya kata tadi. Okay, so some different types of writing might have more or less emphasis on each element. So I go into general je. Okay, so that it becomes a reference for you all. Okay, kenapa ada structure? Why must have a thesis structure? Kenapa kena ada structure? Okay, kenapa mesti tulisan thesis ni dia ada guideline? You must have abstract dulu, buat introduction, baru literature review. Kenapa? Boleh tak kalau kita suka-suka thesis structure, kita nak letak discussion lah, chapter 1 discussion, abstract chapter 5. Boleh? Memanglah pening. Boleh pingsan lah orang yang baca thesis you tu kan. Terpaksa buka yang mana kat abstract. Alright. Okay, so rationale is simply that must story clearly and convincingly. So teacher office is designed to ensure a logical and scientific explanation is made and also make it easy to read. Jadi orang tahu, mula-mula baca abstract, tahu dah secara general dia punya result. Dia punya intro dia punya method dia pakai apa, lepas tu dia punya result macam mana, dan dia conclude apa daripada tu. So it's a summary. Abstract is a summary of the whole work. And then baca introduction, okay, dia try to introduce, okay, ini kerja dia, pokok ni yang dia pakai, bakteria ni rupanya, okay. So, macam ni ceritanya, okay. So, ini yang dia nak buat. Okay, lepas tu barulah pergi kepada chapter 2. So, lebih kurang lah saya ambil from some of my references later on, what you should ask yourself when you prepare each chapter. Okay, what do you do and why in your introduction? Okay, kenapa aku nak buat ni? Apa aku nak buat dan kenapa aku nak buat? That is your introduction. And then materials, how you want to perform the experiment so that you can achieve your what you want to do and why you want to do. So how, answer what and why. Okay, and then for result, what did I find? What do I find in my experiment? Is it high, low? Okay, is it production is seen or not? Okay, or whatever according to your project. Okay, and then this, what do your result mean to you and why? Is it significant? When it's high, is it significant? How high? Is it significant compared to previous research? Or is it significant according to the body of work. Okay, so this is how you discuss your result in your discussion. In your result, you just interpret your data, but in your discussion, you discuss or you determine the significance of your result. Whether high, is it, if in the result you say it's high, in your discuss whether the high production is significant or not. Is it high enough compared to the previous research? Okay, that's how you differentiate between your result and your discussion. Result, you just discuss, you just interpret your result. There's no discussion involved. But in your discussion, you will discuss and justify the significance of your result and compare it with previous study. And then once you have it all, you will conclude your finding. Alright? Okay. Then kita pergi kepada abstract. Okay, first abstract. What is abstract? Abstract, I mentioned just now, is the thesis. So some result and discussion and conclusion in okay, with the most important information from the entire thesis. So when people read the abstract, they already have a general idea of your whole thesis. Who doesn't mean that abstract should be like 2 pages. I remember I read a thesis whereby the abstract was 2 pages abstract. Okay, itu dah macam introduction pulanya kan. Okay, so concise, readable and quantitative. Quantitative means your data tu when you to undergraduate thesis for science and technology kan. Sedikit. One significant result that you want to describe for your thesis, which you want to conclude later. Okay, jangan high kat mana? High tu, is it good enough or not? Okay, so between 300 to 500 words. Do not exceed more, because if you have a lengthy abstract, people will get, kalau when I read it, I will get bored. Macam ini abstract ke apa ke? Okay, so abstract should be concise, tapi must have all the elements. Okay, so when to write the abstract? Bila nak try abstract? Adakah kerana dia chapter benda yang pertama dekat thesis tu, you should write it the earliest? No. You should write the abstract last. When you have completed the whole thesis, then you write the abstract. Because you must put your conclusion there as well. So you must be able, you must conclude your thesis. You must have your conclusion chapter before you write abstract. So abstract will be the last one to be written in a thesis. Okay. So ini adalah contoh contoh satu contoh whereby dekat sini kalau you nampak tak? Okay. So the first sentence, the topic announces the topic under study. This is an introduction, okay, and already known or been accomplished in previous research, okay, rationale, the goals, the problem, okay. So this is here, and then this is the method used, okay, and then this is the significance and implication of the drug discovery. Okay, this is one example which I took somewhere from my references, and this is one that I share from my student, from a paper, okay, from a paper. Okay, kalau you tengok, this is a good paper, Journal of Food Protection, just published, okay, this year. Okay, so how this paper, a good paper, wrote their abstract. So you see, this is the intro and problem statement. Okay, and then this is the objective of research. I put it in color so that you can differentiate. This is the result and discussion. You see, when a science and technology scientific writing, there must be a quantitative data being presented. Okay, and then you go to the conclusion, what they conclude, okay, without causing harm, methyl isolate belong to K1 capsule, serotype coexisting WCA gene, once also conferring multi-drug resistance. Okay, and then the recommendation, hygiene. You see, it is in chronological order as well, according to your thesis chapter. Okay? Okay, so far ada apa-apa nak tanya? Tak ada? Kalau tak ada, saya pergi pada next one. Okay? Okay, so lepas abstract ada acknowledgement. Memang it's not this is not actually the main compulsory for a thesis. You can also omit acknowledgement if you don't want to acknowledge anybody kan. This is the only work that I did it on my own. I don't need to acknowledge anybody. Wah, aku semangat kan? Ada ke orang macam tu? Okay, so acknowledgement, why I put acknowledgement here, I just want to advise student that when you want to write an acknowledgement, limit to 1 page only. Okay, jangan write acknowledgement je dah 3 pages. Okay, I know you have a lot of people to acknowledge, but make it short and concise. Okay, and then check your grammar and sentence structure. Sometimes even my students' thesis, I have to correct the acknowledgement part because I think it's just embarrassing. You have a good thesis, but your acknowledgement is very, very wrong. Okay, wrong, not written in the right grammatical sentence. Okay, so at least even though it's something that not being evaluated by the panel, but I think to present your thesis, you should have a good acknowledgement. Okay, write it properly because that shows how serious you are in acknowledging people. Kan, kata nak ucap terima kasih ke orang, tapi kalau tulis tu pun cacar merbab, when the people who you acknowledge read your acknowledgement pun macam macam tak nak cakap terima kasih je kan. Okay, so write it properly lah. When you want to acknowledge people, do it with your heart, sincerely. When you do it with sincere, it shows in your thesis. Alright, in your writing, you can see it. Okay, if you do it in a harsh way, you don't check it. When people, you know that ini macam last minute tulis je. Okay, bukan tak sangat, just to put it for the purpose of putting it in the thesis. Okay, when you want to thank people, thank it sincerely and do it properly. Kan nak ucap terima kasih, biar ucap betul-betul. Kalau tidak, tak payah. Okay, alright, table of content. So you have table of content whereby you list your yang tadi actually your thesis outline tadi actually is your table of content. Cuma your thesis outline dia lebih a bit detail because you have some notes there for each subsection what you want to put there. But actually that will be your table of content later on. So it's easy. You don't have to susun balik your table of content. When you have your outline, dah senang dah. When buat table of content, just copy your table of content, buang all the small notes that you put in during your thesis writing when you refer to your outline thesis. Okay, so you have list of table. Okay, you have list of table. Okay, include a list of figures. Okay, use separate page for each list. List of table and list of figure must be in separate page. Even though you have it very few. Let's say you only have 3 lists of tables, but it has to be in different pages. Okay, because that is the normal, the standard way of writing a thesis. Okay, list the caption number, page number, okay, and make sure that when you rearrange your thesis, make sure that you check back your page number. Okay, I'm sure that some of you are very familiar with thesis writing system whereby it automatically rearrange your list of table when there are changes, kan? So sebab sekarang ni ada banyak system that you can use for writing thesis. Okay, must include every figure and table in the body of thesis. So ini contoh This is from my student thesis, list of table, source of marine ectonomyces, so pages, alright. Okay. So ini, saya nak tanya. This is an exercise. I want to see some of you answer. Okay, this is from my students' results, okay, the PCR result. So this is the figure. So when the person and my student wants to put it in the list of figure, which is correct, A or B? Boleh nampak? Okay, which one is correct, A or B?
B.
A, betul ke?
A.
Siapa yang kata A, siapa yang kata B? Okay. Wah, ada yang jawab dekat tu. Okay. When you want to put it on the list of figure, you don't have to take all the other references, your referencing statement. You only take the figure title. Only. So B is correct. Okay, so PCR product for 16S RNA application of isolated marine actinomyces. The rest to no. Okay, lane 1, lane 2 is not, it should not be included in your list of figure. Jelas tak semua? Sebab ini a common mistake student will do. They copy everything from here terus masuk dalam list of figure. No. Okay, when you list your figure and your table, you just put the title only. Only the title for the figure. The rest yang lain-lain belakang, your notes ni on your lane 1 lah, note abbreviation apa ke, that one should be omitted. Okay, because benda ni memang nampak kecil, tapi kalau the same mistake you do for the whole thesis, the panel will deduct a lot of mark because there's a mark for formatting and structure. Okay, thesis formatting and structure, there's a mark for that. Okay, so just the figure title or table title only. Alright. Okay, so introduction, kita pergi pada introduction. So what is introduction? Provide an overview of a thesis as a whole, relevant background information, so that when they read your introduction, they understand your work. Oh, okay, he's looking into this. Okay, the sample will be taken from these sources, and then the analysis will be looking into this. Okay, jadi dia bagi the person who read the thesis an idea of the project. Okay, and list out all the objective of the study. I will go into objective in detail sebab objective is very important. Objective is just like you punya apa? Steering kereta. Kereta ialah thesis. The objective is the steering because it steers your destination, where you want to go. Okay, the rest tu is your introduction, your material method semua, okay? Clearly identify the problem you plan to address. A short chapter between 10 to 15 pages, okay? Don't go beyond. Dekat sinilah perlunya your thesis outline tadi. So that your introduction tu memang betul-betul within focus of your work. Within focus of your work. It doesn't go beyond terlalu broad sangat. Kadang-kadang student tulis introduction terlalu broad. Sampai terkeluar daripada the focus of the thesis. Okay? And you probably have written this for your proposal. Kan? Masa proposal dah tulis. So, bila buat thesis nanti, you can use your introduction in your proposal, but rewrite it. When to rewrite it? Okay? Rewrite it second to last. Maknanya you have written everything until your chapter chapter 3. Bila tulis thesis, chapter 3 dulu, 4, 5, then go to literature review, baru introduction, baru abstract. Okay, nampak tak sequence dia? Okay, so I don't put that sequence because everybody has a way of writing the thesis. This is the recommended something that I suggest from my experience as a student. Okay, I was also a student before, and also as experience as a supervisor for student, master student, for undergrad student, for PhD student. This is what we share. Usually we will always write. Bila once you want to start writing your thesis, you refine back your methodology. Then you go for your result interpretation. You go for discussion. You update your literature. You write your introduction. Then your abstract. Okay, senang. Jadi bila macam tu, you tahu dah apa tu put in your chapters. Okay. So, introduction. So, biasanya lah, this is a very general lah, common introduction chapter. You must have background of study, problem statement, significance of study and objective of the study. There are some thesis guideline, they also want scope and limitation of study. Depend on your thesis guideline. Okay, but this is the common one lah. Okay, usually we have all this. So in the background of study, I would like to remind that the last paragraph usually briefly describe what will be done for your project. Okay, so just before you end your background study, this project will look into or will determine the production, to determine the whatever the pattern of something, some one short paragraph on what you do, because that will wrap up the background of the study. Tie it up. Okay, so bila people read tu, oh okay, I can see the justification why the student is doing this, because he or she has explained all the elements about this in the previous paragraph dia. Sebab bila you have that, you dah tulis tu, you check balik elemen-elemen yang you tulis dekat your last paragraph tu ada tak dekat your introduction. Then kalau tak ada, then you tahu that your introduction is incomplete, tak cantik. Okay, not beautiful enough because there are things missing. Atau bila you baca kan, you tengok your chapter, ada pula chapter tak ada kena-mengena dengan apa yang aku buat, then you can remove out. So it makes your introduction to concise and just nice, just answering what you want to introduce into your project. Okay, that's why I always advise to have this, because then you know and you will not go beyond, or you will not go less than what should be written in your introduction chapter. Okay. Okay, so then kita pergi pada introduction, kita dah cerita background, kita cerita pada problem statement. What is problem statement? A problem statement is a problem. Student always confused between writing problem statement and significance of study. The problem statement macam significance of study. Yang significance of study lah. So what is the gap that you want to identify in your project? Okay, and what are the problem that you want to address? Biasanya lah, it will be nice if you can have a statistical data. I don't put here because I don't want student to nanti stress out nak cari statistik kat mana kan. Okay, usually for a higher degree like master and PhD, we usually will like to have to see the statistical data. Let's say for my project, I want to see the prevalence of Salmonella typhimurium foodborne infection. So how much has been detected in Salmonella foodborne outbreak in the world. Okay, worldwide. If you have it, but it will be very nice if you can have it in Malaysia. Okay, records from Ministry of Health shows that there are 1,423 cases of foodborne outbreak caused by Salmonella in the year 1999, let's say. If you have that, it would be nice to show the statistical data in your problem statement. But if you don't have it, it's okay. That not all projects have statistical data. That's why I don't put it there. But I give it in my presentation. I've been thinking last night, I said better don't put it because that would cause unnecessary stress for student. Takut student nak cari pula kan kat mana statistical data. But it will be nice to have it. Okay? The problem must be reflected to your title and the reader must know. Some people, they put the problem statement not related at all to your title. Very different. You talk about foodborne diseases, but in your problem statement, you talk about antibiotic resistant. But in your title is foodborne. I know that you will do that antibiotic resistant in your project, but it is not reflected as a problem in your title. So your problem statement mesti ada relationship with your title. Okay? Okay? Alright, then significance of study. What is significance of study? Senang je. Who will benefit from your study? That's it. If you can answer that question, you can write your significance of study. Who will benefit? Is it the normal population? Is it from the food handlers? Is it general people? Who will benefit? And how it will benefit? Who and how? Okay? The contribution of your study and the usefulness of your study in the society. How is it useful? Your finding. Okay, how it will contribute to the society, to the knowledge of that particular area. Okay. So, kita pergi kepada contoh. Ni contoh saya ambil satu from my student. This is the one that I managed to get it from my computer. Okay. So, in agriculture, farmers have been using chemical fertilizers to enhance plant growth. Excessive use resulting in large number of environmental problem. See, this is the problem. Sebab tu kalau dekat dalam significance of study ni tadi ada tak saya kata yang you mesti tulis ni. Recommended to highlight the section with a heading using words such as problem or question. Kena adalah sikit. Dekat dalam significance of study tu ayat dia menunjukkan the problem with the whatever lah nowadays, okay, ataupun you kata this raise the question on how, okay, macam tu. Shows that it is a problem statement. But when significance of study, tak ada dah problem, tak ada dah question. It solve the problem. Dia solve the problem dekat problem statement ni. Itu significance of study. Okay? Jelas? So lepas ni I can see a good thesis with clear problem statement, clear significance of study. There is no confusion between problem statement and significance of study. Semua orang dah jelas. Okay? Alright. Scope and limitation macam saya cakap, some thesis they would want to have scope and limitation. So scope is what are the focus of your work. Scope. And what are the problems that make you unable to go beyond that? That is your limit. Okay, so saya bagi contoh satu from my student thesis, scope and limitation dia. Okay, baca Cloning for overexpression of N-acetylglucosaminidase gene of Staph aureus. So, apa scope dia? N-acetylglucosaminidase gene ada 5 types of gene in Staph aureus. She was only studying only one gene, which was SA-266 gene. This is the scope of study. And the plasmid, there are many overexpression plasmid. She will only clone the gene in P-bad histidine expression plasmid. Okay, that is the scope, okay, of work. Okay, alright. So jelas what is scope? Kat sini dia tak ada limitation. Okay, dia tak tulis limitation dia, whereby you can add in your limitation if you have. Okay, jelas? Dah?
Doktor.
Ya, saya.
Sorry nak tanya. Kalau kita tadi doktor cakap kalau dalam problem statement tu, kita kena tanya question kan?
Yes.
What if kalau macam kita buat research questions, ke benda tu lain?
Research question is different from problem statement. Research question is in the form of questions. Okay, problem statement is a statement. So when you do your problem statement, you must write it in a statement form. Kalau
kita dah buat problem statement tu dan tanya soalan dalam tu,
boleh.
Perlu ke kita buat research question lagi?
Tak perlu. Okay, it depends juga on thesis structure. Ada thesis structure dia nak problem statement and research question in separate form. So if that, you have to identify your problem statement and then you develop your research question from there. Okay, saya tak masukkan sebab biasanya thesis undergraduate dia tidak ada research question. But if you want to have it, you can have it. You can also incorporate your research question in your problem statement. So you dah tulis your problem statement, this raise several research questions for this project. 1 apa, 2 apa, 3 apa. Okay, you can put it together.
Okay.
Alright. Okay. Okay, ada apa siapa lagi nak tanya? Tanya je, it's okay. I like questions. Tak ada? Okay, tak ada. Kita pergi kepada objectives of the study. What is objective? Objective are accurate description. Accurate description of the specific action you will take in order to reach your aim of the project. Okay, so dia mesti very accurate. Okay, how accurate? Nanti kita akan tengok next slide. Should be written in a single sentence, not in a paragraph. Okay, they can be used to draw conclusion from within the scope of the thesis. So nanti later, bahasa dekat conclusion chapter, you will see that you must conclude your thesis according to your objective. So that's why your objective is very important. That's why I said the objective is just like a steering. Okay, steering in your car. Okay. Should be specific statement that define measurable outcome. Measurable outcome. Ni patutnya saya merahkan measurable outcome. When writing your objective, try to use strong positive statement. Contoh, to collect, construct, classify, develop dan sebagainya. Okay, so objective should be smart. Okay, objective. What does it mean by smart? It must be specific. Mesti specific. Nak buat apa? Tak boleh macam I plan to do this and that. No, it's very okay. I want to do A. Okay, next one, I want to do B. I want to analyze C. Okay, and then I want to compare D, A and B. Betul kan? Okay, achievable. Something that is able to be achieved within your time frame. Let's say you have 1 semester. Are you able to achieve your objective within 1 semester? Can you do a planting experiment for 1 semester if the tree is expected to grow within 1 year? Okay. Okay, can you do that? No. Definitely you cannot do that. Okay, it must be achievable. Okay, then it must measurable. You are able to measure. You want to see the production, the quantity. It must be quantitative, something that you can measure. Realistic. Okay, so you must be able to do it. Let's say nowadays, my project is about to test the COVID-19 infection among children. Can you do that? Realistic tak? Tak realistic lah kan? We don't have the facility to test COVID-19. It needs at least okay, BSL, biological safety lab, okay, with all the protective measures kan? Okay, so not realistic. Time constraint. You need to determine what are the things, at what stage that your project will have some difficulty. There must be difficulty. So you must be able to see it and to project it. How you want to solve it. Okay, contoh. Okay, this also from my student thesis. Okay, to isolate the non-nodulating bacteria from the root nodules of yard long bean. Okay, so is it measurable? Measurable tak?
Yes.
So how you measure it? You can kira, you can count how many non-nodulating bacteria, how many isolate you can have it. Is it achievable?
Yes.
Okay, so that's how you write your objective. When you write your first objective statement, you ask yourself, the SMART, S-M-A-R-T. Is it specific? Yes, specific, because to isolate, specific. Kalau dia kata to study the non-nodulating bacteria, is it specific? No, because when you say you study tu nak study apa? Nak isolate ke? Nak tengok je ke? Nak grow ke? So it becomes a poor objective statement because it is not specific. Okay, so lepas ni, whenever you write your objective, always look at the SMART factors. SMART factor. Apa SMART? Apa SMART? Specific, measurable, achievable, apa lagi? R for realistic, T for
Time constraint.
Time constraint. Yes, very good. So to determine for the production of IAA from the isolated bacteria, is it a SMART objective? Specific, yes, sebab determine the production. So measurable, boleh measure. Realistic, memang boleh buat. Okay, macam itulah. Okay, reason realistic dan time constraint. Boleh agaklah it can be achieved within 1 sem. Nak measure IAA ni boleh buat in 1 semester. Then to identify the selected bacteria for plant growth promoting properties using 16S rRNA gene sequence analysis. Okay, so when you write your objective, lepas ni you must able to ask yourself about the SMART factor. Right. Okay, then literature review. Literature review ni actually usually I will give a 3-hour lecture on literature review itself sahaja. On how to develop a literature review, saya biasa dijemput oleh IPSIS untuk bagi talk tentang literature review. I give a 2-hour to 3-hour talk on literature review only. Because literature review is very something that you must write comprehensively lah and very detailed in your thesis. For the purpose of ni, saya bagi secara general, but if you need to have more guidance, you can always communicate with me and I will try to help, yeah. So it must be related to your topic. Okay, mesti literature review ni jangan terlalu besar tapi tak boleh kecil juga. If it's kecil, insufficient data, insufficient review. Okay, kalau terlalu besar, it will go beyond to your topic, it become too boring. Okay, always find related article in electronic journal. So, how frequent you should find your article? Nak tanya. Ke masa nak tulis, start SEM tu dah cari artikel, lepas tu guna artikel tu sampailah submit thesis. How frequent you should find your related article?
Kind of frequent.
Frequent tu how frequent? Kalau for me, when during my study, during my undergraduate tak juga, during my undergraduate there is no online database. I did my degree like how many years ago almost 31 years ago. So during that time we have to go to the library. Panjat tangga, buka lah segala jurnal yang besar-besar and go photo stating. But this time, during your time is much easier because everything just go online. So there is no reason for student could not find a latest journal article. I don't see any reason why student cannot get any latest article because it's just online. Everything just go online. So do it at least weekly or fortnightly. Once every week or once every 2 weeks. Okay, search for latest article. So that your literature review is describing the latest work in your project, in your field. Macam saya dapat tadi kan yang saya tunjuk. Kenapa I use that one for my chapter tadi. Dan this one, yang color-color tu. Kenapa I show you this one? Mana yang tadi? This one. Why I show you this one? Because I want to set example to you all that always find latest article. See, 2020. Okay, I give you the latest article. Why? Because I keep on looking at the database for latest publication on my area, which is foodborne Klebsiella. Okay? Okay, so we go back to objective and then to literature review. Okay, so always find related article regularly, note down the key points and make a note. Okay, I will show you some example. Make sure that you have read and understood cited work. Do you need to read the whole paper? So how how you want to do your smart reading. Tadi smart objective, sekarang ni smart reading. What should you read first when you download an article?
Abstract.
Read the abstract, baca the abstract and see what are the relevance of that paper to your work. Let's say the relevance is on the method. So go to the method first so that you don't need to read the whole article. Or maybe in that paper you want to look into the discussion because you want to use that to compare your data. So browse through the result, go for discussion. First read the abstract. Okay, skim through the introduction. You don't need to read it line by line unless that article is almost 75% almost similar to your work. Let's say macam tadi Klebsiella tadi saya bagi contoh yang paper Klebsiella tu is a study in Singapore. So that is a study on the foodborne Klebsiella from food handlers in Singapore. So I did the same study but I do it in Malaysia. Okay, so my work will be quite similar to the work. So maybe I have to read the paper wholly from the beginning to the end because it's very much similar. But not all papers are similar to your work. Definitely, because your work is your own contribution. Remember, bila kita kata tadi in the thesis, what is thesis? Is original work from you. Definitely, there will be no exactly the same project like what people have been doing. Okay, so bila kata an article tu, ada certain article saya nak tengok hanya on the methodology because maybe I don't want to follow the methodology by Hartianti tadi paper 2020 Hartianti. Because I think it's not something I want to change a little bit. I want to see the food handler, foodborne among food handler, but I want to look for different genes. So I look another paper, a paper from China, but they look for foodborne salmonella among clinical isolates, but I will only read the methodology because I want to use that method. Okay, macam tu bila you read paper. Okay, jadi taklah rasa terbeban bila you have like for your thesis at least you must have at least 50 papers, 50 to 70 references. Can you imagine if you have to read everything for 70 papers? Okay, so that's why you must scheme writing, smart writing, smart reading. Okay. So do not simply quote or paraphrase the content of published article. Weave it, rearrange the statement. Because you don't, I'm sure that when you read it, you don't take it directly. You must take from 2-3 statements which you will rearrange into your own ideas and put it in your thesis. Okay, that shows the maturity of writing. Okay, and that shows also how deep your understanding of your work. So you really understand it, you read people's article also, you can also understand, so you rearrange people's the article's statement and put it in your thesis. So demonstrate your deeper understanding of the topic. That's why I told you, okay, when you have able to rephrase people's work using your own words, it shows your deep understanding of your work. Okay, do not be tempted to summarize everything you have read. Okay, these are the weaknesses of some students whereby in one paragraph in literature review, he or she described the whole thing about the paper in one paragraph. Johnson 2015 shows that this, they use this method to do this in their work. They showed that the result interpretation is this, and they conclude like this in one paragraph in literature review. That is a very poor way of writing a literature review. You don't describe the whole thing in literature review. You just describe according to ideas. Okay, what you describe is according to ideas. Ada tak, sir? Organize your content according to idea, not the individual publication. Jangan bila dapat paper Johnson tu, describe pasal Johnson punya paper from A to Z. No. So in Johnson paper, you want to describe about, let's say in my case, I want to describe about the method, the approach of the PCR view. Okay, So Johnson et al. Okay, per screen for foodborne Klebsiella pneumonia among the United States of America food handlers, specifically in Arizona. In their study, they identify WCA gene, which is the dominant gene for their PCR marker. See, I don't describe everything about Johnson. I just describe on the certain part that I want to put in my literature review. Okay. So literature review, you have to develop it. Okay. So introduction, let's say chapter 2.1, introduction, tell you organization of chapter. Chapter 2.2, first block, subject. First subject. Second block is second subject and so on. Lepas tu you have your sub-chapter 2.2.1, 2.2.2. 2.3.1. Okay. So what are the block, the subject focus that you should put in your literature review? Contoh. Okay, ni tajuk dia. Identification of endophytic bacteria producing indole 3 acetic acid from Vigna unguiculata subspecies Sepsquipidalis. This is Yat Longbin. Okay. So apa yang dia kena masukkan? Okay, first. Okay. Boleh nampak? So first mungkin chapter 2.2, the first block is on apa? This one. Okay. The plant that will be used for isolation of endophytic bacteria, and afterwards, after that is the determination of IAA production. See? So this is how you develop your literature review. Okay. So endophytic bacteria mungkin 3.1 endophytic bacteria. Tapi 3.2 maybe you can go specific for isolation of endophytic bacteria in apa? In beans plant. Sebab dia bean dia ni pokok bean plant. Maybe then after that you cari all the literature, okay, previous literature shows what are the types of endophytic bacteria isolated from bean plant. Okay, then maybe you can go for specific specific bacteria that you want to study, let's say. Okay, macam tu. So indole 3 acetic production, what you want to see in literature review? You say, okay, you give some introduction, why is it important to know the production of IAA? And then you go into the production of IAA among bacteria. Specifically go for endophytic bacteria. Okay, and then you see what are the patterns, how much they produce and everything. So if you know from your topic, you can develop your literature review. It becomes very specific. Okay, it becomes very specific. Right. Okay, so example how to keep journal article. Ini saya lah saya bagi contoh is how my style of keeping my journal article. So that when I look into it, I know, okay, journal ni pasal apa. So I always like to put the name of the author, the year, and some description about the paper. Sini, Hiji Karim, foodborne in Iran. So I know this paper is about foodborne in Iran. Okay, and then I have this clap in food, Wang, clap in food. I have ni on bacterial secretory structure. Ini on Gori 2017 on gastrointestinal caries. This is how I keep my papers. It's up to you. You can have your own style. I just give you an example so that when you look at your list in your folder, your reference folder, they can see that you can know that each paper tu di mana. Dia tak adalah you keep on looking one after other. Which paper about this? I want to see this paper but I do not know. Remember lah, Green ke Hartianto yang mana But if you keep like this, you can already have an okay, because you will have a lot of list of journal that you downloaded from the database. So how you can identify each one. Sebab kadang-kadang kan there are few that have the same name kan, jadi confusing, right? So materials and method. This is the most straightforward section. Okay, very straightforward. Okay, the most straightforward section, can even begin writing it while performing your experiment. You can already, once you have finished your experiment, you will move to the next one. You can start writing the same that method. Okay, start writing that method. And keep it in your computer so that once you completed your experiment, your materials method pun completed. Macam tu. Spend time. Whenever you have completed one experiment, write it properly, keep it. Next one, keep it. So that your punya thesis writing tu dah mudah. You already have materials method chapter. Once you complete your experiment, your material method chapter dah cun dah. Kan? Dah senang dah. Okay, because writing sikit-sikit is much easier than you have to spend 3 days and night, did not have a sleep even 1 minute just to write your materials method. Hari ni, minggu ni siap method 1. Okay, weekend nanti tulislah satu method 1 sikit je. Kadang-kadang method only half a page. Okay, next 2 weeks siap method 2. Tulislah method 2. By the time you completed in 4 months, you already have your method chapter. Okay. So include all the details. Kalau guna alat, mesti put the name of the alat. Okay, they have a standard format on writing about the kits to be used, your experiment, your equipment. Okay, there is a standard method. So follow the guidelines. Okay, and must be written in past tense. I know that during your proposal, you write all in your method should be written in what tense in your proposal? In future tense kan? Will be done kan? Kan? Okay. So when it comes to your thesis, you must convert your method to past tense and add all the details. Because in your proposal, your method is not thoroughly written yet, not detailed yet, because it's just an outline what you want to do for your project. Because it's just a proposal yet, you don't even start your project yet, kan? So when you start your project, take back your methodology from your proposal, convert into past tense and add in all the details. So actually, one chapter dah siap masa buat eksperimen. Betul tak? Okay, 2 chapter introduction dengan literature review, you already have it in your proposal, you just have to update it. So when writing your thesis, actually you only have 2 chapter that you have to really sit down and spend time to write it, which is your results and your discussion. So sebenarnya tak susah kan tulis thesis? Semua diam je, susah ke? Semua diam je bila saya kata tak susah tulis thesis, semua diam. Alright, these are the few things lah macam you buat sampling. Mesti tulis lah sampling. Samples will be taken, okay, what are the type of samples, atau if you take the samples from different location. So put the location, and if it's possible, because nowadays it's very easy to get the coordinate, put the coordinate. Okay, so put the coordinate if your samples are according to the location, okay, or if the samples are taken based on the temperature. Let's say you take it from a hot spring, so note down the temperature during your sampling time. Okay, be a little bit detail. Some student bila dah pergi sampling dekat noon, masuk hutan, keluar lupa nak ambil koordinat. Doktor, koordinat tak ada. Nak masuk balik hutan. Kan susah dah kan? So prepare what you want the data to be in your methodology, so that whenever you do your experiment, note down. Kadang-kadang janganlah yang susah, yang kecil je. Kata, okay, you use thermocycle, what are the brand of thermocycle? Doktor lupa, nanti lari naik lab tengok balik. Kan? So see, that's how you punya carelessness during your experiment. You don't note down in your logbook to all the details during your experiment. Put it everything so that you don't have to go. Sekali pergi, doktor mesin tu dah rosak, lab assistant hantar repair. Tak tahu doktor apa dia punya brand. Kan dah susah kan? Okay, alright. So then itu ialah method. Okay, kita pergi pada result. Prevent your key finding in an objective manner. Result is very important. Okay, result and discussion contribute almost 30 to 40% of your total marks for your thesis writing. So you must present your result clearly. How you want to make sure your result is clearly? When you have your result, okay, put it in a descriptive manner, put it in a chart, okay, put it in a chart, in a graph chart, put it in a whatever pie chart ke ataupun graph chart ke, whatever you want to put it. Show it to your friend. Tanya your friend, faham tak? Do you understand my result from this graph? Can you read it? Can you understand by looking at a glance? If somebody who are not involved in your project can understand, then it is a good way of presenting your data. Okay, so it must be descriptive. Means that once the examiner, the panel look into your graph, oh okay, can understand. Kalau you pun tengok result you tak faham, apa lagi orang lain? Aku pun tak faham apa benda aku tulis ni. Aduh, kan? Okay. Create a descriptive sentence that summarize each result referring to corresponding table and figure. Write a short summary about each data set. Write a short summary. Where you should write your summary, I will show you the examples. And then you have a lot of results. So make sure that before you write your result, that's why it's very important to have your thesis outline. Because that will determine the sequence of your result. What should you present first? What should you present after? It doesn't have to be according to your experiment. Some of my students, then they realize that the last result that they have is presented as the beginning of result chapter. Sebab apa? Sebab kita nak flow of result tu so that the examiner, the panel who read it, or you yourself, okay, or the person who read during your interview later on, maybe some of these people in the interview, they had asked you to bring your thesis. They want to see how good you write your thesis. Because that shows your scholarly, okay, scholarly credit, okay. So some people, some of my experience, okay, during my study and also when supervise my student, some of the result that we obtain at the very last of our experimental stage becomes the first result that we present. So you must be able to arrange it in chronological order so that people understand. Alright? Okay. So layout for the foundation for discussion. Okay. So draft your figure first. Okay. Put your figure. The easiest way to write a result when you have your outline. Okay, chapter, katalah result is chapter berapa ya? Chapter 4. 4.1 what the production of IAA from bacteria isolate. Okay. So what are the results? Put your graph, your figure first. Tak payah tulis dulu. Put your figure. Okay, 4.2 figure apa? 4.3. Put all the figures first. Make the figures first. Then after that baru you fill into that chapter with the result interpretation. Okay, so make caption stand alone. Macam saya tunjuk tadi kan contoh. So in your figure tu, the caption must be stand alone. Okay, use enough figure to present data. Why you use all these figure and table? Because that summarize your result. Rather than you have to write 1,000 words, by using table and figures, it will make your result chapter shorter and concise. Okay, write text around your figures. Ini yang saya akan contoh kemudian. Use proper tools lah. Okay, if you want to use you want to make figures, tables, statistical analysis. Okay, use all the available tools, the best one that presented your data the best. Okay. So contoh saya cerita, okay, see apa saya maksudkan kat sini write your text around your figures. So when you have your figures, you must have description about your figures in your text. Some students, they put figures, there's a title for the figures, but we just don't know why that figure is there. There is no description in the text. Okay. Dan satu lagi, I want to show another thing that I want to highlight to the students. Can you put figure and then all description below? Lepas title, throw figure. Can you put that? Is it correct way of writing your result chapter?
Wrong.
No.
Tak boleh you tak boleh after every title there must be a description. Barulah you put your figure or your table. Okay, you cannot have after your title terus table. Lepas tu baru cerita. Doktor saya cerita ni kat bawah ni ada dah. Saya cerita tapi kat bawah. No, it's the wrong way of writing a thesis. When you write a thesis, after a title, there always a description and then you always indicate the figure that you are explaining on and then put that after the paragraph. Okay? Okay. Memang kita nampak benda tu macam simple, but I've encountered all these weaknesses throughout my kadang-kadang student tak tahu. Jadi kita bagi tahulah benda yang sepatutnya. Okay. So discussion. Discussion ni require the most consideration. Discussion ni pada saya result dia susah nak tulis sebab it involve a lot of figure that you kena letak. Tapi dia straightforward because you just describe your result. Your result shows that IAA production, instead of you have to explain each and every point, you just have, okay, it is described in it is a linear, okay, a linear graph showing the standard curve of IAA using colorimetric assay. Kalau you tak tulis, kalau you tak tunjuk graf, you kena tunjuklah setiap point kan. Itu yang saya kata tadi, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Because by using a picture, you don't have to describe each and every point. You kata dia linear, is a linear production of IAA from a standard curve, katakan kan. Alright, okay. Jadi you just summarize it according to your graph. Okay, and only highlight the main points saja. So dia tak payah nak tulis detail dia lain. Okay. So pada saya tulis kat sini sangat, walaupun dia agak sukar tapi dia straightforward because you have data, you just interpret. Data, interpret. Data, interpret. But in discussion, this is the difficult chapter because you must justify your data. You have data. Data you tu betul tak according to previous literature? Let's say previous literature saying that the IAA production is between 10 to 15 microgram per mil in every 1 liter culture. Okay, 10 to 15. But you get it up to 80 milligram. Betul ke aku buat ni? Betul ke method aku ke? Ni false ni, salah. So how you want to justify your data? So you carilah, mungkin ada previous literature yang menunjukkan bahawa there are other findings from different plants showing IAA can produce as high as 80 microgram per mil for every 1 liter culture. Maybe. Okay, that's how you justify your result in your discussion. Okay, so discussion to begin by clearly stating the main finding of your research. Then daripada finding of your research tu, you tunjuk the significance. Whether is it high, is it low, is it good enough, is it sufficient or not or whatever. And then compare your result with previous literature. That's how you write your discussion. Okay. Okay, remind the reader the knowledge gap identified in the introduction to spark curiosity. So that orang bila baca kan, lama interesting lah baca dia punya thesis ni. Dia indicate that dia punya result high, walaupun high not good enough. So you said that even though it's high production, but the high presenter is not comparable to the previous work. Mungkin dia high among the strain that you study, but it's not high enough according to previous work. Okay. Concrete by referring to your result to support each given interpretation. Support, you must support, justify it. Okay. So, how to write a good discussion? How do my result compare to those of similar study? Compare your result dengan orang punya. Bagus ke tak bagus? There are few things. Ada some student came to me, doctor, I have difficulty in writing my discussion. Why? Because I cannot find any work that is similar to my work. It's okay. If you cannot find your work similar to other work, cari yang lebih kurang sama. Let's say macam my student is looking for production of IAA from long beans. So I told her that if you cannot find long beans from other work, you find similar plant. Lebih kurang, similar plant. Plant yang lebih kurang. Any bean plant. Dia kata, oh boleh doktor. Yes. If you cannot find it, find a very closely related to your work. Because world of knowledge ni dia sangat luas. Definitely you can find something related to your work. Mesti ada. Sedikit pun tak apa. Janji ada relatedness with your work to compare with. Okay? Are they consistent or inconsistent with that other researchers have found? Consistent ke tidak? Consistent tak dengan you punya? Kalau tak consistent, kenapa? What is the most possible reason? Itu shows that how you discuss your project tu memang if you can do that, you get A lah. Kan? You understand it very well, you know how good your result. So negative result are also good. Jangan nangis bila tak dapat data. There were few years back, I have student who get negative result, but she managed to get an E because he managed to find a paper which also showed that they also fail to isolate the bacteria from that source. So she able to wrote a good justification that bacteria are not always present in that sources. Okay, so negative result is okay sebenarnya. But it depends on how well you understand the project and how you able to justify your finding. Kalau dah tak ada, memang tak ada lah. Nak buat macam mana kan? I cakap, nanti kau tak ada tak apa. But it's just how you justify your data saying that you memang few researchers shows that it's difficult to get this. Some of the sources not available. It's okay. Right? That also menjadi reference to other people who are doing the similar work. Nanti orang lain baca projek you tahu, okay, kita dah faham dah ni dari Malaysia ni tunjuk that they are unable to isolate that and also from China and also from US. So this shows that few researchers have already established that it is not possible to isolate this from these sources. You can become a reference worldwide when you prove that certain things are negative results. So in the scientific knowledge, negative results are also useful to become a reference for other researchers. So don't feel bad if you don't get results. Okay, but write a beautiful thesis with strong justification. Okay. If they are consistent, discuss why that means, why this might be the case, right? Okay, conclusion. Conclusion is a short section represent your opportunity to state the significance of your research. Ini so the conclusion is how you conclude your data. You have everything, so you kata that, okay, how you conclude? You have 5 isolate. You have determined the IAA production. You found that isolate B is the best. So you conclude that in yard long bean, there are 5 isolates obtained for endophytic bacteria in which isolate A shows the highest IAA production. That is your conclusion. So you have your study, you have your discussion, you have your interpretation, and you conclude your result that this is. So then this A, ada tak orang lain kata yang A ni memang tinggi juga? This also in line. Okay. Summarize the outcome of your study in a way that incorporate new insight. Okay. The easiest way to address each objective. Tu yang paling senang lah. Objective 1 to isolate. Dapat isolate. So you have 5 to isolate. Objective 2 to determine the IAA. So the highest IAA is produced by isolate B and isolate B is identified as apa nama bakteria dia. Okay, Pseudomonas apa. Okay. So that is your conclusion. So the easiest way to write a conclusion is to answer back your objective in one short sentence. Your conclusion. Okay. Broaden your perspective again. After you have your conclusion, you broaden it back again. Macam yang saya kata bottleneck tadi kan. Bottleneck tadi, so maknanya saya pergi pada bottleneck tadi. Kan? Ni. Opening, action, resolution, you pergi kepada conclusion and further study. Bila pergi pada further study, dia akan pergi kepada your broaden balik. Broaden balik the your discussion. Okay. So it is important to acknowledge the shortcoming or caveat and what are the problems, limitation of the research project in your further recommendation. Okay. What is the strongest and most important statement that you can make from your observation? This is how you write your conclusion. Okay. Apa yang paling significant dalam aku punya project? That is your conclusion. Okay. What is the thing that you want to tell people? The last thing. I want to show to people that actually this project, I have managed to show this. One. Okay. Okay, if you meet reader, then what you want them to know after 6 months. Let's say you keep your thesis, later on after 6 months you go for interview. And then the person, the interviewer, the company asks you to bring your thesis and said, what is the major finding that you want to highlight in your thesis? That is your conclusion. Okay, that's how. Oh, in my thesis, I've managed to show that this. You jangan cerita dari A sampai Z. In my introduction chapter, I discuss this. And then after that literature review, I put this section, that section. No. When you ask what is the main thing that you want to highlight in your thesis, in 6 months time, in 1 year time, what is your finding? That is your conclusion, right? Okay, further recommendation, non-technical non-technical language, but it's something that workable. Non-technical means that janganlah further recommendation is that the incubation should be longer, 4 hours not enough, must be 24 hours. No, it must be in just a non-technical language. Okay, it is recommended that future study should be done in a longer incubation time with different sources of bacteria or whatever. So in a non-technical language only. Don't go technical. Jangan pergi methodology pula kat further recommendation ya kan. Okay, just a general further recommendation. So when you use your references, okay, when you put your references, use a consistent style. Okay, if you use EndNote or Mendeley or Zetero, whatever references application that you use, please make sure that it is consistent. And I would like to remind students, please recheck again and again. Because sometimes even though you download into the database, whatever you use, Mendeley or EndNote, when you copy and paste it back into your thesis, you can have differences. Macam mana pun. How good pun the application that you use, the database, when you copy paste, mesti ada yang lari. Betul tak? Siapa yang pernah buat? Sebab that is my experience. So always check balik. Mesti ada yang lari. Because when when it was downloaded from the journal website, sometimes the journal already have his own format. When you download into Zotero or EndNote, dia tak boleh nak tukar dah. Dia akan follow that journal website so that the list too different from the rest of the format that you put in. So always check again sebab ini memang banyak bila saya kata kenapa lari? Oh doktor saya pakai Zotero, but you must recheck it again. Mesti ada lari macam mana pun. Okay, appendices. What should you put in your appendices? Your raw data. Do not ever put your raw data in your result chapter. Your result chapter mesti analyze result. Never ever put raw data. Never ever put your raw data. Okay, if you have many picture for result, just include representative and put the rest in appendix. Let's say you screen for you screen for Staph aureus from as carrier. Okay, as carrier among students. So you have like 40 samples for catalase test. Are you going to put all the 40 catalase tests in your result chapter? Tak. You just put only 1 or 2 representative in your result chapter. The rest you put in your appendices. But in your result chapter, what you put in a table form. Sample 1, 2, 3, 4, 40, catalase result, positive or negative. You just put in a table. The rest you can put in your appendices. That's what I mean. Okay? Right. So you must put only analyze result. Okay? No raw data in your result chapter. Okay. Now, kita dah habis dah sampai ke appendices. How do you feel? Still lost? Ada yang masih confused lagi ni? Ada masih dekat tiang ni lagi? Unclear? Okay? Confused? Bewildered? Masih ada lagi ke? Kalau ada boleh tanya saya sekarang. Tak ada? Wah, diam je semua ni. Happy lah ni ya. Okay. Sikit lagi Sikit lagi. Putting together. Style. You must develop style of writing. Through my experience when I supervise, sometimes I supervise one time there was one time I supervised up to 5 to 7 master students at one time. So I can see that each and every student have their own style of writing. So I will follow their style of writing rather than I set my own style of writing. Because that makes you more comfortable to write your thesis because that's your style. Okay, I have my own style too. I can see my style. I nampak style memang different from other people even though we write in the same area. So develop your own style. That bila you develop from your undergraduate, that will bring you sampai wherever you go, you develop your own style. That is your style. Even your supervisor, bila baca your paper, katalah you dah grad with your PhD, when I come back, I read the paper, I know that that is her style of writing. Okay, dia ada style dia sendiri. Okay, that makes you different from other people because you develop your own style. And flow, make sure that from one chapter to another there is a flow. That's why you must have your thesis outline. As well as from one paragraph to one paragraph. Jangan one paragraph cerita pasal one paragraph is on IAA. Second paragraph terus endophytic bacteria. Boleh? Tak ada continuity. If you want to have a continuity, always, okay, I will suggest that the end of paragraph, sebelum next paragraph, ada cerita sikit. Okay, the IAA production is being studied among endophytic bacteria from long bean. So, bila you cakap macam tu, barulah second paragraph, bila you letak endophytic bacteria, you can see the continuity. Okay, sebab tu yang kadang-kadang you cerita IAA production kena, IAA production gini, second paragraph, endophytic bacteria is bacteria, apa kena mengenai endophytic dengan IAA ni? Tak ada kena mengenai. So you put some words, some sentence that connect between one paragraph to the other. Okay, begitu juga from one chapter to the other chapter. Okay, alright. So connectivity, itu yang connectivity lah saya kata tadi. And then choosing between active and passive. Nak guna active word ke passive word ni doktor tak tahu ni. Pakai active ke passive. Traditional thesis usually use passive voice. Tapi as time goes by, people are more and more prefer the active voices because active voices make the thing more easier to be understood. Okay, contoh contoh, try to avoid I me. Jangan shock sendiri bila tulis thesis. Aku yang punya thesis. I do it. I prove it. Okay. Usually be humble and prove it. We prove that. Ataupun guna passive word, it is proof that. Ataupun the apa is proved to be apa. Okay, this is how you write your thesis. That is, sebab tu saya kata style. So ada 3 style. See, different people will use different style of writing. And you develop your own style as you write your whole thesis. Okay, contoh lagi Passive construction can make the text more wordy and difficult to understand. Sebab passively bila you describe things passively, you really have to macam read balik, betul ke apa dia cakap ni. Kalau aktif, dia straightforward. Contoh indole 3 acetic acid calamity acid was used to calculate the concentration of IAA produced by the bacteria isolate. Ni passive. Kalau aktif, the concentration of IAA produced by the bacteria isolate was calculated by calorimetric acid. Senang kan? Nampak tak? Passive, lengthy. Active, dia lebih readable and easier to understand. But whether you want to use passive or active voice, it doesn't matter in the thesis as long as you rephrase your statement correctly and make sure that it is something that understandable and contain all the relevant information. Information kena ada lah, jangan tertinggal. Alright. Okay, then apa lagi saya see you are not done yet. Dah sampai ni kan, dah sampai active, passive voice semua dah ada. So not done yet. Ya Allah, apa lagi Dr. Sharifah Aminah ni tak habis-habis kan. Okay. Reread your thesis. Ni yang satu. Kadang-kadang saya tanya student, baca tak thesis sebelum hantar kat saya? Baca doktor. Yelah, tapi masih banyak spelling error. Why you do it? Why you repeat the same mistake? Okay, once you have done everything, dah complete, dah okay, tutup sekejap. Kalau ada masa, a day or two. Kalau tak ada masa, break, take a break. Pergi makan dulu, pergi mamak ke, pergi mana, then come back. Because when you are too engrossed into your thesis, you've been written it like days and months, you cannot see your mistake anymore because you are too deep. I remember there was one time I went to my supervisor during my PhD. It's just writing a conclusion chapter which only 8 pages. 8 pages for PhD conclusion chapter but I just could not see it anymore. I told my supervisor I could not see it anymore because I was too engrossed writing that chapter for like 2 weeks. Because for a PhD we really want to highlight the conclusion very accurately and comprehensively, objectively, objective conclusion, So it took me a long time to write my conclusion chapter. So I could not see it. My supervisor said, take home all your two and come back in a week time. Okay, so they asked me to just deviate myself, refrain myself from the chapter for a while because I just could not see. I was too deep into it. Okay, that applies to you too when you write your thesis. Okay, so jangan lepas buat tu terus baca. You dah tak boleh nampak your mistake. Lah buat tu, tutup sekejap, then come back again. That's what I did for my presentation. I prepared my presentation very earlier. Yesterday, I went through it, tutup sekejap, lepas sahur pagi tadi, come back and tengok balik. Okay, so there's always give you some time to get away and come back, refresh yourself, alright? Okay, then, where the gaps in your story? So sebelum you baca each and every detail, jangan baca detail dulu every statement. Go through your thesis, tengok dari awal sampai akhir. Tengok kan, flow betul ke, tengok the cosmetic dulu. Alright, okay, where the gaps in the story, what has not been explained clearly, where is the writing awkward, make it difficult to understand your point. Okay, so the benda tu you have to answer that. Nampak tak gap? Nampak tak? Okay, aku punya table figure cantik, okay, do I address it, discussion okay kan? Tengok flow. Then barulah pergi pada all the details. Consider reading the paper out loud first. Especially statement yang you tak sure betul ke ayat aku ni baca macam I baca ni, baca. Not all thesis sampai terkeluar tekak nanti kan nak baca satu thesis dari awal sampai akhir. Those statement that you are not sure, read it with your heart, okay, so that you can. And final editing, one way to achieve, ni apa sikit-sikit tak apa, saya tinggalkan. Ask someone else to read it. This is the thing. Ask your friend to go through your thesis. Kata, give me your thesis, I read your thesis, you please read mine. Don't expect your friend to read every detail. Just ask them to flip through and see if they can see any mistake, okay, anything that not show. Why you put your graph like this? I don't understand about your graph. Then they, oh, you don't understand. If you don't understand, means that the panel also cannot understand my graph. Let me put it in a better way. See? It doesn't have to be your student, your friend have to read it from page 1 to page 85. No. Just ask them to browse through, and you also help your friend by browsing through his or her thesis. Okay? So having a fresh set of eyes examine you. But don't be discouraged. Kok lah your friend become very critical. Hang punya thesis ni, apa mangkuk punya thesis ni. Janganlah sedih. That is the way of taking it positively. Kat mana yang hang rasa tak bagus mestinya aku betulkan. Okay. Take it positively. So because if you take it positively, we will be able to take the challenge. Hampa kata aku punya thesis tak bagus, nanti aku tulis elok-elok, nanti hampa tahulah. Can take it as a challenge and write it. Okay. Put all the necessary correction. Okay. So giving written work to your supervisor. Kan? I want you to send me the latest draft of your paper. Okay, but still in draft. Okay, yes, I understand. But he didn't. Tak buat pun sebenarnya. Kenapa? Why these people, these students have this kind of problem, this kind of unnecessary stress? Because from the very beginning, he does not develop his own thesis outline. He is not working in an organized manner. See, nampak? Very confusing. Okay? Because there is no thesis management that is being done from the very beginning. No outline, no proper planning, no management. That's why you can become into this state. But if you follow whatever that I've shared with you today, you will find that writing thesis is something an enjoyable experience for you. Okay? Okay, these are the references that I use to making this slide. Okay, I took from several papers as well. Okay, and review article. Okay, if at first you do not succeed, try and try again. Okay, don't give up. Okay, don't get discouraged if you see that some people, they are good at writing. They can write it very fast and beautiful, because sometimes some people, they have stronger English command as compared to you. But don't get discouraged. Try and try. Okay, look into papers. Sometimes you get the different style of writing by referring to the paper that you read. Okay, there are many experiences that I saw that some students, they develop the style of writing from the paper that they use for references. Okay. Okay, so when you have tried and try, in the end, I'm sure that you can see the light at the end of your thesis. Who can see the light? Ada yang nampak ke ada yang tak nampak the light? No?
Nampak sikit.
Sikit baru hopefully the light will become brighter and brighter as you go along writing your thesis. Okay, at the very beginning you don't see the light. After some time you make it, hopefully the light will become clearer and brighter. Okay, so this is how you feel the day I submit my thesis. I feel the same thing. Okay, I feel the same thing when I submit my thesis. I feel like a huge burden was lifted from my shoulder the day I went to my department and submit my thesis. On the way back, I feel like I can run, I can jump, I don't have any more burden on my shoulder anymore. Okay, so you will feel the same thing too. All right. Okay, with that, happy writing and thank you so much. Okay, for the time. All right.
Okay, Alhamdulillah. Thank you, PM Dr. Sharifah Aminah. It's a very fruitful, informative, and inclusive presentation, I can say. Okay, because banyak tips dan common mistake yang kita dah tegur lah secara online ni kepada student, sometimes kita pun tak perasan, in fact pensyarah pun kami pun tak perasan. So kita call balik lah. And then daripada awal muka depan hingga ke akhir thesis dah dijalankan oleh PM Dr. Sharifah Aminah, dan yang paling penting saya rasa daripada setiap satu kita mungkin boleh dapat slide kot Prof
Boleh. Boleh aku share slide, no problem.
Macam mana kita nak share slide tu, dan saya rasa yang penting yang last Dr. Mi wrap up adalah refresh yourself lah selepas habis baca thesis. Saya pun bila dah dengar refresh your thesis, reading out loud and thesis management tu rasa macam nak tulis balik thesis degree.
kan? Macam rasa macam bestnya kan. If ever we have the opportunity to write back kan, Dr. Nulis kan?
Ada peluang tu kan. Pasal dulu kita method macam ni kan untuk dapat direct daripada supervisor. So saya rasa sangat bergunalah untuk student kita kali ni. Dan ada soalan Dr. Min, daripada ni saya bacakan. Daripada Andriana alias Dr. Min, untuk part problem statement memang kena buat on paragraph je ke, or boleh je kalau nak buat 2 paragraph?
Yes, you can. You can have 2 paragraph. There are some literature from the references that I give you. Ada references yang katakan you can write your problem statement in paragraph, especially if it is a big project. But don't go up more than 1 pages. Itu dia punya rule of thumb lah. You can write up to 2 or 3 paragraph but not more than 1 pages, because then it will become, kalau terlalu banyak problem statement, your project will become tak fokus. There's no focus to your project. There's a lot of problem to address. Okay? Alright.
Okay. Daripada Diana Amri, macam mana nak buat continuity kalau LR about characterization?
Nak buat apa?
Continuity.
Continuity, if about characterization, I think when you want to develop a continuity, it depends on your subject matter. What type of characterization that you are doing. So if you want to have a continuity, you really have to understand what type of characterization that you are doing and how you want to relate from one subject matter to the other. That will determine the continuity of the project.
Outline lah, perlu buat outline.
Yes, perlu buat outline tu. Okay.
Next question daripada Dr. Maimunah Mustaqim.
Tak main.
Due to MCO, PPP, MLT, Puncak Alam, make decision that FYP for this semester and next year is done by writing review article. It's challenging for the student to produce such that write up. Do you have any suggestion on how to write a good review article?
Oh, okay. We have a slide on how to write a good review article. Tapi it's different from writing a thesis lah. Definitely it's different from writing a thesis. Yes. You can have a few references. I can share with you a few references on how to write a good article, so that that references can become a guidance for the students. We have like 4-5 references which I use for me to prepare on the presentation on how to write a good review article. I can share with Dr. Maimunah later. Don't worry. Yes, okay.
Okay, Dr. Next question for review article. Is need to be write on future tense or past tense?
Writing, whether you use future tense or past tense, depending on your chapter. Just like when I mentioned about thesis, past tense is always in your methodology section. So it depends on what chapter you are writing. Okay, so review article, when you describe about a methodology, it has to be written in past tense. But if you write on the review, the finding of the researcher, you have to write it in future, in different tenses. Okay, so it depends on what you are writing. Okay, it doesn't have to be like review article, the whole review article should be written in past tense. No, it depends on the section that you are writing. Okay.
Okay, ada lagi soalan about review article. Methodology included?
Actually, in review article, you really have to see what you want to review. some article they review about the method. So through and through, the review article reviewing about the different methods used to the different method used for that area, okay, for that particular area. But if a review article is on a different perspective, let's say on the I give you a simple example in my area, in the one that I give example in my presentation. Let's say endophytic bacteria IAA production. So you can have one review article on endophytic bacteria from bean plant, and you can also have a review article on the different method used for analyzing the IAA production. So it's different. So it really depends on what review article that you want to write. Okay, so you can also have in one review article, you can also discuss both. You can also discuss on the endophytic bacteria as well as on the methodological approach for IAA determination. You can also combine the two in one review article. So it depends on the structure. Goes back to what I mentioned in my earlier presentation. For review article also, you must have your outline. What you want to put in your review article. Okay?
So kiranya saya boleh katakan dia punya kata kunci dia adalah kena manage lah daripada awal. Plan.
Plan, and you must know your focus. Focus you apa? Focus you, do you want to focus your review article on methodological approach only, or you want to have a broader perspective for your review article?
Okay, saya rasa ada satu soalan lagi daripada Aisyah Ibrahim tapi rasanya soalan yang lebih kurang sama Dr. Mina.
Sama tu.
Okay, ada soalan lagi ke daripada pelajar FSG 611? Satu lagi. Daripada Aina, for review article, do we need to include result to compare between previous study that we collected?
For review article, do you need to include result? Yes. You must have, for a good review article, usually, okay, why you write a review article, you review the people's work and you include part of your work into it. Okay, there must be a statement somewhere in your review article. In our study, we showed that this is. But if you are doing review article whereby you have not done that experiment yet, it's okay. You can also write a review article by not incorporating anything about your work into it. It's okay. But that give a weightage into where you can publish your review article. If you also done some of the work and you also stated your work in the review article, usually this review article will be able to publish in higher impact journal, because the person, the editor and also the reviewer, the article reviewer, they know that this is the group that also doing the similar research, submitting a review article. Okay, so it doesn't matter. You can also produce review article even though you don't incorporate your work. There's nothing wrong about it. It's just a matter of how good that review article will be. That's it. Okay. I have one here. Izati Nomi, saya nak tanya, kalau teacher review tu dekat last paragraph tu kita perlu letak small conclusion ke? Conclusion should be in the conclusion chapter. For me, conclusion should be in conclusion chapter. I don't prefer to have conclusion in literature review, because literature review is reviewing previous research which are related to your work. There should be no conclusion into it. If you want to conclude about the literature review that you are doing, then it's okay. But not conclusion of your work. Okay? I harap Izati faham you can conclude about your chapter for literature review tu okay, but not conclusion to your work. Ada lagi tak nulis?
Ada lagi dua lagi daripada Nurihan Hamzah. If the article to compare methodology to isolate certain bacteria, can I include all method from all references?
Oh yes, you can include the old method, but please make sure that the old method are also being used in at least the latest 5 years back article. So that's why sometimes you can have 2-3 references you arrange it in one statement. Means that the original work is being done way back in 1980s, but was repeated by a group of researchers in 2010 and 2016. That's why you can see in some review article, they have up to 5-6 references being cited together, because means that the work is being done by that researchers lah, that group of researchers. Okay, but please make sure that whatever you do, I forget to share it. Maybe I put in my slide before I share with you all that for a references, list of references in a thesis, make sure that at least 60 to 70% of list of references to is 5 years back references. At least 60 to 70%. Let's say you have 70 articles. Out of 70 articles to at least 50 articles are of 5 years latest references. So if you give like 10 to 20% of your list of references to, you use your old article, because you cannot get away with it, because that is the original work from that researcher. So you cannot pass it by. You must credit that researcher because that is the original work from that one. So it's okay. Alright? Okay.
Okay, last question from Nur Hayati Hasanah Muhammad Akhir. Where can we get the guideline or review article for final year student from other campuses?
I am not sure whether we have the guideline or not, but you can always find it from online. There are few articles, okay, scientific articles for how to write a review article. And you can also find it from online blog or somewhere, okay, from the internet on how to write a review article. I can share that if you want. You can communicate with me. I can give you 4 to 5 references for you to refer to when you want to write your review article.
Okay, so Nur Hayati Hasanah boleh contact dengan Dr. Min nantilah.
Ni ada satu, Nur Solihah, doktor, betul ke ayat kalau jurnal yang saya cite tu under introduction saya hanya boleh letak info tu di no. That's why in my discussion tadi I kata you must relate your discussion with your introduction and your objective. So introduction, you introduce that work. Let's say saya bagi contoh tadi lagi sekali. In your introduction, you kata Johnson et al. Have isolated the bacteria, this bacteria, endophytic bacteria from this kind of bean, which is different from the plant that you use. Tapi you put it in your So in your discussion later, you kata that you have production of IAA 50 microgram per mil in every 1 liter culture, but what is Johnson finding? So you can use other part of Johnson punya work in your discussion. Yang the mistake is that you quote Johnson in your introduction, the same statement, the same sentence, you copy, you masuk pula dekat discussion. That is wrong. Yang betulnya ialah you use Johnson, but different part of Johnson work you put it in different chapter of your thesis. You put some of Johnson introduction in your introduction, some of Johnson punya methodology you take it, you put in your literature review, because maybe they use a different method to quantify the IA. You use one method, but Johnson use different method. So Johnson use a different method in determining IA, in which dia pakai apa. You can put that in your literature. In discussion, you compare Johnson result with your result. So in one paper, you can use that paper in different section. Saya harap Nur Solihah faham So satu paper sebenarnya boleh guna banyak tempat, tapi not the same statement, not the same sentence. Okay, different part used in different section of your thesis. Okay.
Saya ni soalan terakhir lah, Nur Erni.
Tak boleh lah sangat Nur Erni, sebab yang saya bagi ni ialah exactly for thesis. When you write review article is not the same. I would say like almost 40-50% difference lah antara thesis dengan review article. Sebab review article dia tidak ada direct methodology, dia tak ada result interpretation. Dia ada discussion, dia ada lah literature review. So tapi on the main part, on result and discussion tu tak sama. Exactly not the same. So I would recommend for review article, tengok contoh-contoh dekat online how to write a review article. It's different. Thesis dengan review article tak sama. Okay? Okay.
Okay, satu lagi.
Review artikel nanti saya tengok sebab yang saya saya biasa bagi untuk postgrad dengan undergrad. So macam yang ini slide saya untuk undergrad is totally different daripada undergrad. Remember I told you for postgrad on literature review je saya bagi 3 jam lecture. So the one I have is for undergrad. Maybe I can summarize it, ringkaskan sikit untuk share on how to write review article for undergrad, which is much simpler lah. Nanti saya tengok balik saya punya slide dan saya try. Okay? Alright.
Okay, terima kasih banyak. PM Dr. Min. Dr. Min cakap ni tak boleh nak belanja air. Okay, gitu.
Tak apa, I am so glad that I'll be able to share this with all of you. Terima kasih banyak-banyak Dr. Nolis. I feel so honoured having this invitation from Dr. Nolis and UiTM Negeri Sembilan. I really hope that whatever that I share ni dapat betul-betul bagi manfaat for those who listen to my talk. I hope that you enjoy thesis writing, and hopefully after this, thesis writing is not something yang menakutkan kepada pelajar. It's something that student look forward to. Oh, dah tahu dah, Dr. Min dah ajar. Buat outline dulu. Lepas tu ni. So it's something that you enjoy. You look forward to write. Setiap pagi bangun pagi, alamak semalam nak sambung lah tulis. Kan? I remember when I wrote my thesis, there were one time I wrote it like 3 days without taking sleep at all. Tak tidur 3 hari 3 malam because you feel enthusiastic to write sebab you dah nampak apa you nak write. I hope that same experience will be able to be shared lah, my experience with all of you. You also enjoy writing a thesis. Okay.
Okay, Dr. Min, ada banyak say thank you dah dekat chat. Ini adalah wakaf ilmu yang sangat berkesan lah.
InsyaAllah. Nanti saya bagi slide dekat Dr. Nolis. Nanti Dr. Nolis share lah dengan siapa-siapa pun. No problem.
Untuk staff yang join kita punya webinar hari ni, rasanya boleh isi borang maklum balas tu untuk kehadiran, dan juga student. Jika ada yang tak dapat join hari ni because kita punya stream link tu dia broken sikit, tak dapat nak connect. So kita akan bagi link untuk recorded version lah. So nanti bila kita dah upload dekat YouTube PJIM&A CNS, boleh tengok jugalah. Okay?
Alright. Okay. Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum. Salam Ramadan. Thank you so much. See you all sometime, somewhere. Okay. Assalamualaikum.
Terima kasih Dr. Min.
Salam, thank you.
Okay. Saya mana nak tutup?
Bye, Doktor.
Bye.
Bye, Doktor. Thank you.
Sudah saya jumpa besok lecture.
Bye, Doktor. Thank you, Doktor.
Bye.
Thank you, Doktor.